should be able to hear me. Type in the YouTube chat, Stevie, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, type in the YouTube chat. And the music's not overpowering me, is it? I'm louder than the music. TP hit, Euro USD. And is the dark theme still clear? Right, let me drop it down a little bit more. Is the lighter theme better, yeah? Is this better, the lighter one? Right, okay, let me know, it should load in a... Cool. Look at that perfect Euro USD.
Situation up in a pool trying to battle all that elevation.
Yeah, Euro USD was just a perfect confirmation trade, to be fair. You can see this on a 15-minute. Price perfectly printed. High, pullback, high, pullback. Had a high, you had a pullback, you then had a high. We've got our change of character here. Just over here. And then you can see this perfect area of supply created on a 15-minute hit. There's that 70 to 79. Price action is efficient above. And then on a 5-minute, you can clearly see this huge area of imbalance and this area of demand, which again, look where price is bouncing off of. This perfect region. Why? Because this aligns nicely with our fib confluence for a continuation. Look at, perfectly bounced off of that. Rather than going on Discord, should we just share this with the Discord members? Do you just want to share this link and just say we're just doing a test run and we're live on here for today? I'm just going to do some analysis and stuff for a bit while I'm on. Yeah, perfect. If you want to share that link in the Discord, in the announcements. Share this your USD trade as well. Clear what chat? Some good news for GBP. See what happens with that today. Morning, Uncle. Look at Euro USD bouncing off of this zone perfectly. Was it pushed up from here? Nearly 30 pips. Yeah, just testing things out, Anko. I thought rather than going on Discord, I would just test it out on here. Morning, Higo. How you doing, mate? I'm gonna get the OBS overlays and stuff sorted in the next couple of days and that. And I've ordered my cam and stuff, but I just thought rather than going on Discord, I'll just do a test run here, see how things are. Yeah, I need to see how you do that. I have no idea how you do that on YouTube. Perfect, cheers. GU is flying because of the news. Nearly 100 pips.
I'll be in that station, every situation. Up in a pool trying to battle all that elevation. Marking where I'm at and I don't need no exclamation. If you ain't the real thing, why you trying to fake it? I'ma make your wish come true, cause I'm a genius. I'ma talk my but when I talk you shush. I'ma play my play and when I pull you push. But when I push you know that I wanna get mine when I'm hitting that note. Yeah, I'm taking my time, I'ma get in my zone. I'ma get it like that, I'ma get it like that. I'll be moving so smooth, I'll be moving so suave. Yeah, I'm taking that one and I'm making it five. Always making it count, always making it count. know it, it's a game of chess. Every day that I'll be dominating, it's a day to bless. Every day I hustle and my mental do the daily reps. I celebrate by doing more and flexing less. Attitude, my attitude, I'm rather fluid. Action always taking fire in my halls. I am on the rise and I will never fall. Owning everything I do cause I'm
US 30 had a pullback on this entire push up. So if you could see the next move up into here to mitigate this area of supply, which on the 1 hour is perfect for price to tap into this to then do something like this, come down and mitigate this. Well, we do have a level of demand down here that's unmitigated, so that would kind of be next target. You could see how US 30 is reacting from this area. But we need to see, so we do have this, you could see this area of demand here that sits at the base of this 70 to 79% that hasn't yet been mitigated. Had a tap in here, but we could see price just reacting off of this and coming down to here and then seeing a shift. Either we do something like this, or we see price react to this and then respect this demand and start pushing up. Can you guys hear me clearly? Right, perfect. So you could probably see something like this from here. Just purely because it's in that reversal zone. Come down here. Let's go on this 5 minute. Could see a push into here. Once I get everything set up, Anchor, today is just more or less just a trial run, just to see generally how the stream is and stuff like that. But once I get get the overlays and stuff and get everything sorted, then yeah, it'll be Monday to Friday. Now you can see this is the dangerous part sometimes when these levels, these supply, now you can see this supply, potentially if it doesn't hold up, which it doesn't look like it's going to. Why? Because prices come into this 70 to 79%. You know, pullback is more or less complete here. Here, like I said, this demand had been tapped into here. I was just thinking maybe it might come back here, but you can see price perfectly mitigated this region. Now if this breaks above this, then a nice pullback for a continuation up, back up into here, is gonna definitely more or less be on. And you can see AUD USD, like, where did I take my trade to? Looking at it from a 15 minute, you could see the last decent pullback we got was here, before we had this. So when I was looking at shorting up in this supply, you could perfectly see where I was shorting to. You know, currently the price is bullish now. I'm not classifying, you know, this is like 14 pips of a pullback, but that's kind of within the move. You could see broadly price action is more or less in one direction. Here is the last decent pullback that we get. You can see price perfectly reacts from this area and starts to push up. Look at US 30, it's breaking straight through this. And what is it creating? It's creating demand on the other side. Here it is, look at that, inch perfect trade. Again, Euro USD, like I was saying to deviate earlier, I was just cookie cutter how we trade. You could see, here's our move up. You know, here's our hourly push up. Now within this, we've got a 15-minute trend, break the high, and then we get a change of character. Change of character, what is that telling us? Telling us that we've entered a pullback on this push up to the upside. We had this clear level of imbalance over here for price to come back in and fill. Now looking at it on our entry time frame, you could perfectly see you got price approaches at 70 to 79, and as it starts rejecting, I'm entering there because price is efficient above. There's, you know, price has mitigated this 15-minute area of demand perfectly here. We've wicked into it a couple of times, rejected. 5-minute, you can see this last candle here, so you could kind of push this down, and price mitigates that perfectly and starts to reject. And plus, above it, price action is pretty efficient, so there's no real reason for price to continue pushing higher from this point. You know, we've entered the pullback, we've had a change of character there. So here, price has had that push up, and even if you didn't get in up over here, if you look at this pullback that you got from this move, kind of make these higher highs and higher lows here. As we mitigate this, we take out this low, we pull back into this area of supply, and then we start shooting off to the downside. So even if you didn't take it here, you still had a re-entry over here, because in this pullback of a mini uptrend, you could perfectly see these highs and pullbacks being created, and then boom, another change of character here, pull back into this area of supply, rejection, and price continues to sell off. So there would have been your entry. This was like an 11-hour trade. Right now, oops. Right now we have price reacting to this current pullback in this downtrend. You know, we had this sell off here, we had a pullback, so if price can maintain this, come back and pull back into this area of demand, could see a push up from here. We do have some news today, I'm sure. Yeah, got some news in 2 minutes, like a orange folder for euro. See what that news brings. 10 a.m. What's the news? Remember guys, if you're in any CAD trades, be mindful, we got CPI for CAD today.
When I go to sleep at night, I know I give my best. Every minute, every second, like another test.
There's bullish news for Euro.
When the word, I put my faith inside my destiny. I knew the win is right beside the loss is empty me. I go with all my players, not the ones who play with me. I let myself be legend, that's where life is taking me. Superstar.
Could see Euro coming down here and next push into these regions there. See what Euro does when it comes down here. revisit this now. Bullish news for pound. Don't see a retracement down here until we get up into 1.78 region. Weather's alright, it's kind of slowly turning into spring. It's still a bit cloudy, but starting to get bright. So yeah, we're kind of going from that winter to spring kind of weather. So it's today's not a bad day, to be fair. Looking out my window, it's nice and clear skies. My trees don't have any leaves on them. So it's still got that wintry feel, but pretty good. Oh, look at that. Anyone catch GBPCHF? This is part of the weekly watch list. Boom, where did it jump up from here? Nearly 100 pips. It's raining and it's cold here in the US. Yeah, when I came with the kids, it was the same. Well, we were lucky. We only caught one day of rain, and the rest was pretty cloudy and cold, but it was dry. I don't mind the cold weather. Just don't really like the rain, in all fairness. See if there's any other pairs that are. Are you still chopping around? See, this is why it's like so difficult to sometimes get into some of these trades, because you could see on what was this pullback here? 20 pips on a 15-minute. What was this? 14. Pretty tough. See if this 1 hour level holds for Euro CHF.
Look at me move now, I'll be so smooth. I got that swag right, make you go ooh. I got that cash coming in.
This was a trade I had missed last week. Just a perfect pullback. See you for this. Actually, I've got it here. There's your low, push up, perfect pullback into this. 310 pips, monster. GA, we've already seen that. This is breaking up. So Euro, GBP, CAD. Now if you look at the entire move, that's where, obviously depending on what the CAD news looks like today, if it's weak news for CAD, we could at least see something like this, which here's our swing low, there's our pullback, there's the break below this. Now if the continuation move to the downside has come to an end, well, it really needs to break above this, but I think with positive GBP news and if there's some weakness in CAD, we could see this happen, and that could lead to an area of demand down here. We could see something like push up out of this and into there, and then there. Before we then get a retracement here. A gulag, what is that? I know that exists in Call of Duty. What is that? GJ, same thing. You could see what was the retracement we had on this. 110 pips. Raja Banks is a funny guy. See what these pairs do in this area. The only thing I'm looking at is we do have this. Positive thing here is we did break out of this area supply and pushed above this structure. We have lots of liquidity sitting here. Just to be fair, this wick did take that out. Can we see something like this?
I do what I want, got trust in myself cause they trusting in me. When I need to go, I'm ready to fight cause I live for my team. An eye for an eye, I'm looking at you cause I look for my G's. It's me and my squad, me and my squad, me and my squad, me and my squad. I do what I want, got trust in myself cause they trusting in me. When I need to go, I'm ready to fight cause I live for my team. An eye for an eye, I'm looking at you cause I look for
Like I said, the only thing I'm looking at is this on a 5 minute here. If price wants to come into this and retest this, but we'll see how price reacts here. Price might perfectly hold up here. see if this holds. Cheers, thanks Milan, appreciate it.
I'll be moving fast, up and dash in and out. Just imagine feeling that speed and that flow. Gotta stay committed when I lean in my zone. Ride it like a title, it's a freedom I own. Got one chance, I ain't counting on more. Making mad moves, cause I'm running my show. Staying on the top of it, rocking it, never stopping it, popping it. Better watch out, it's a beast on the throne. Cause I'm seeing it all and it's clear in my mind. I'ma give it all I got. I got nothing to hide, I'm unleashing the best. Letting go of the past, all the rest ain't a part of this wave that I ride. Nothing else matters like what I got deep inside of me. Winning is my autonomy over any authority. Taking back all my properties, making the best I possibly can. Got no economy, manifesting is my currency. Damn. I just want it all to be like I said. I just want it all to be my way. I just want it all to be like I said. I just want it all to be my way. I just wanna feel that I got this. I just want it out in the darkness. I just wanna know that I'm alive here. I just wanna feel like I'm driving. I just wanna take it in and spit it out and watch the world it's spinning. Now it's out of my control, but I can hear it loud.
If there's any pairs, anything you guys want me to have a look at, feel free to drop in the chat and I'll have a look at it. Yeah, sure. USA should hold this area, to be fair. Like, seen a break above this, supply has failed, tapped into that 70 to 79%, so Should see a push up. CAD JPY. Let's look at CAD JPY. So CAD JPY, very interesting because we've got news coming out today for CAD. So you do want to be mindful that it is in that 4-hour area of supply. It tapped into it and then it started to reject. So I was anticipating from here we could see a rollover down into here at least, which is the 4-hour pullback. But you do want to be careful because we do have news and you don't know what that news is going to come out as. So yeah, just with it being news, if it wasn't news, I was definitely I did short up over here. So you could see if I show you this, we had this 20 pip pullback here. So you can see this 20 pip pullback. So here we had a breaker structure to the upside. As we tapped into it, you could see we had a change of character over here. Now, at that point, what was I looking at? I was looking at, this was the last hourly push up over here. So I was looking at this and saying, right, okay, you know, price here has entered a pullback for this region. And then you could see, as we got these retracements and rejections within this area, I took a short from here with stops above this zone here, and I targeted, we had demand sitting over here within this area. Obviously price breached this slightly, but more or less it was still within that area. So I kind of took this short, so I was just trading that hourly pullback, which was a decent trade. It was like 55 pips. But now it's, you know, what are we if we just kind of flip this and look at it from a reverse? You know, there's a 70 to 79 sitting off this region here. But again, you know, price might want to come deeper into this. So the only thing I would say is price has perfectly mitigated this and, you know, started to create these higher highs and higher lows. So I'd like to see is a failure of this demand area. If we could see a break down here and some sort of pullback, then we could see a deeper continuation down into this region, filling out all of this imbalance and pulling back on the 4-hour over here. What's US 30 doing? Still chopping around in this area. Levels holding nicely, looks good. Now here you are already seeing with like CAD JPY, for argument's sake, some weakness coming in, because yes, we've had a slight breach of this, but you could see prices still sat in this area of supply here. So this demand failed to push price above this. So we had this demand created here. As it stands, price is failing to break above this. So demand is failing to do what its job is, and we're within that anticipated 70 to 79% pullback area off of this swing move. Anticipating price to roll over because we are in such an extreme high time frame supply, which probably is going to be the case in all fairness. So you could see something like, you know, an aggressive entry, stops above that, TP1 target in the previous low here, but that would be aggressive, just purely riding the momentum off of that supply. US 30, US 30. US 30 is starting to create some This is where patience. Let's see if some of these levels hold. Price maintains it. Morning everyone, morning. Like I said, my only concern with the US30 here is we have tapped into this. You know, I'm a bit, it's a 50-50, you know. We took out this supply. We reacted to this supply up here. We do have this area of demand down here, which has not yet been mitigated. And that's at the base of the 70 to 79%. So, you know, I would like to see is if price does hold up, which on a 5-minute chart, you know, we're kind of in this sideways price action here, but we are holding this 70 to 79% area. So we'll need to see if we can come to the base of this and reject and see a push up, or if this is just an early liquidity grab, because you can see the Asian session here. You can see this wicks above that and grabs that liquidity there. So is it an early liquidity grab for sellers and then come back down into this extreme 70 to 79 before pushing up? You know, we'll just need to wait and see what price does over here. Let's see what CAD actually did on the last CPI. So what was the last CPI? So last CPI was minus 0.6, expectation forecast was minus 0.6. So if we go on to, let's just say CAD JPY, and that happened on the, let's go into the 15-minute chart, and that happened on the 17th of January. Let's go to the 17th of January. Oh, clearly no removal. That's the 17th of January? Yeah, so what happened on the 18th of Jan? We're holding this area, looking good here. Oh, nice anchor. Lovely view. That reminds me, that's near, that's Manhattan, isn't it? Is that close to Times Square? Yeah, it must be. Those lights further down the end. That's all Times Square, right? Yeah, you're behind Times Square. Yeah, I thought as much. Oh, nice. Sierra CHF still within this hourly demand zone. No worries, Anko.
Let's see if it works.
Don't wanna- Like I said, we could see that deeper retracement, which is what it's looking like. This is why patience is key. Let's mark out that. Where is that demand? That demand sits here. Probably even refine that down slightly here. So now we've created some nice structure. Last level of demand mitigated. So if you see something like that, it's a much higher probability trade. Because then we've created some nice structure. Here we broke out this supply, but we never really had much structure. Where here we actually created some nice structure and took out the low to mitigate this final level of demand. See what gold is doing. Gold just heading back towards this region. Yes, he's breaking through. Let's see. UD CAD is just dropping like a ton of bricks from our zone. Are there any pairs anyone else is having a look at? Probably see US30 from here. Tapping supply and retesting. Filling out this imbalance here. Crypto. You've got Bitcoin here. Which is respecting this area of supply. And I think we could see it head down to like 22,000. 22,000 area. But again, you kind of got this pullback off an uptrend going. Kind of here, so we are rejecting this region. You'd want to see a failure of this demand for then price to kind of come back into here. It's the same kind of thing that we kind of had here. We had this consolidation break above, price broke sideways. You can see price perfectly came back into that 70 to 79 pullback, filled out this imbalance and pushed off. So we've created all of this new imbalance now. Kind of consolidating here like we were here. So we could see the same kind of thing happen. Price pushed down into this region. I jumped in on this rejection here just to see if we can scalp this up. Retested this low on the 1 minute. Aggressive, but had some decent profits from some moves, so happily quickly try taking a 60 pip scalp on this. If it works out. So again, you can see we pushed down here, reacted from this minor supply, pushed below, had this minor push up, came back down, and kind of did this. Do have this inefficiency here. Is anyone trading crypto? You trading any crypto, Uncle? Yeah, cryptos. I don't really think it matters what you trade, to be fair, as long as you kind of stick to the same rules and concept. You could see like anyone that traded, the only downside is like when it's so overextended, you know, how far is it going to kind of continue? But I think we could see this continue I think Bitcoin could definitely continue now till like 30,000. I think 30,000 is like the next spot for Bitcoin, because you've got all of this inefficiency now above here, all of this imbalance and inefficiency. So I think we could definitely see a continuation up to this point. So we've kind of formed some structure here now. So we could probably just see something like this happening continuously until we get to this point of that weekly area of supply. So yeah, I think Bitcoin pullbacks and continuations are probably the way to go in all fairness. So I'll probably be looking for some moves on Bitcoin when price kind of comes, if price kind of comes back down here. You know, because we've definitely formed structure. We've taken out previous highs. We've taken out levels of supply. So I think like a continuation from this point is pretty good until we kind of get up to here. Like I said, you know, you could look at on the daily. And the next area of supply is up over here. So price perfectly maintained this demand and pushed up, created new high, pull back here. It's pretty clean traffic from this point. Come on, US30, are you going to give me this trade or what? I've just pushed stops to break even. Again, aggressive entry, so see what happens. Check out Shiba Inu. Yeah, we could check out Shiba Inu. See what's the ticker for that. I think you're going to see a lot of correlation and the same with these pairs like Shiba Inu, like came to all-time lows. There's your demand. There's like your demand point where price rallied off from on a weekly. Same on a daily. So if we're looking at this on a daily, again, you'd probably want to wait for some pullbacks. You know, where do we have supply? We have supply up over here. So if we look at the last like daily drop, which was this. So we had that, and then we had this push down. So we could definitely see price heading up towards this area of supply overall. So as we've broken out of this range here, take out that low. Yeah, I would be saying wait for a pullback here. You know, if you can see price coming back down to like, was this like 10, not even 10 cents, like less than a cent. Yeah, you'd probably want price to come back down into this region here. There's a pullback and a continuation up. Like I said, first point would be this region here, this area of supply here. And then if this you know, you can take partials here, expect like a retracement here, and then continuation up into that area would be what I would be looking at for Shiba Inu. See what XRP is doing. Come on, US30. God's sake.
Every situation, up and up, who trying to battle all that elevation? Marking where I'm at, and I don't need no exclamation. If you ain't the real thing, why you trying to fake it? I'ma make your wish come true, cause I'm a genius. I'ma talk my but when I talk you shush. I'ma play my play, and when I pull you push, but when I push you know that I wanna get mine when I'm hitting that note. Yeah, I'm taking my time, I'ma get in my zone, I'ma get it like that, I'ma get it like that. I'll be moving so smooth, I'll be moving so suave. Yeah, I'm taking that one and I'm making it 5 O's, making it count, always making it count.
See, this is the power of supply and demand. Like, look what happened here with XRP. Huge push up on XRP created this demand within this region here. Price pushed up from that demand, came into this supply that was created, and then started to push back down again. Now it's reacting to this demand that was created on a weekly. Now it hasn't quite pushed into the daily demand. So I was looking at for this was pull back into this as a push up from there. Yeah, I was checking out, Uncle. Let's go USA. Did any of you guys catch this with me? Could have caught this on the retest there. Yeah, Uncle, I need it's asking me for the channel URL. One sec, let me try your username that way. No, it just comes up saying no matching username user found. No matching user found. So I closed up here. Yeah, Anchor, that worked. Divi, you need to do the same thing. So like I said, longer term trade, wait for the breakout and a retest. Which was obviously just a minor scalp on the lower time frame on the 1 minute chart, just seeing this imbalance and seeing price hold this level. Had this minor supply here, we tagged it here once and came back. Here broke above it as we saw this area as support. Could have held this here, damn. Oh well. Thanks, Anchor. I shared the wins in the wins channel. It's been a great day. It's like 4 trades. I'm done. So like I said, now, like the real move on this pair would be we've created structure in this key region. You know, we reacted to this 5-minute demand. Which again, on a 3-minute we do have some imbalance here, so it's either price comes back down here, just refine this slightly to fill out this range, but that will all be part of this down move anyway, to see a break above, to then wait for like a retracement, to then look to take this into these highs.
When I go to sleep at night, I know I give my best. Every minute, every second, like another test. I've confronted all the demons, man, I was possessed. I wanna own my glory like a heartbeat in my chest. I went to work, I put my faith inside my destiny.
And you can see on the, like the 1-minute chart, price is reacting to this supply here. Whether this holds up or not, I'm not really bothered. It's a 1-minute supply.
Glory, pain, and tears, I went into my deepest fears. On the road to great, you see a lot of smoke and mirrors. On the other side of me, there is a bigger world. People see they block and think that's all there really is. But I'm here to make a difference, that's my only way. I'ma take a moment, never let it go astray. I'ma take it on, never gonna be afraid. Leave my stardust to the people, I'ma make it rain. Superstar, I'm a superstar. Superstar, I'm a superstar, you know I got that fire, 'cause I'm a
See, my only concern with Euro USD at the moment is we've not fully come in and mitigated this area of supply, area of pullback. So we could definitely see a bit of a deeper retracement into this, something like that. Skin, what was this? This was like 30 pips. can see we really need to either create a low here. Just going to delete this for now. Create a low here that this lower high becomes our structural point, because right now this is the pullback up here, which is 27 pips. This little move here is an internal shift. It's part of the bigger move coming to the downside. So we can't really categorize this as a break or structure. Yeah, we broke out a supply, but all price did was fulfill its pullback. You could see tapped into that 70 to 79. You have another supply sitting up here, and then price started to roll over. So now if we come down here, we've now created a new lower high, which will be this, because what was the pullback from here? It's 31 pips. So if we do this and then have a change of character, some sort of a pullback, then we can comfortably start to look to trade this back up here. So that's what I would like to see. Yeah, it's because it's very easy just getting caught in supply and demand. But all these areas are going to be like, it's early inducement. You know, people that just trade supply and demand, they're going to see, oh, this is area of demand. Yes, you could have scalped this up for like 10 to 15 pips, but it's not what we're looking for. You know, we want to see structure forming. So here you could see that was the high, there was the low, there's the pullback. So if we can now see a low created here, then this becomes a high. A change of character break back above that. We've then fully mitigated this 70 to 79%. And then we can see a continuation to the upside. See, this is why patience is key. Like you could see even in US 30, what did I kind of mention? We tapped into that 70 to 79, but I said we still had this demand down here with some imbalance over here that price hadn't mitigated, so we could see a deeper retracement into that 70 to 79. So then when I took the trade here, you know, we were more or less at the base of that 70 to 79, so there's more confidence taking it here than trying to look for one here when you know price, there's still a logical reason for price to continue pushing down deeper into this zone. Again, this is just like early inducement. We took out liquidity above here and then came back down. So now we've kind of set top side liquidity, bottom side liquidity on US 30 now, and we've now created some good structure. So now if we break out from this area, there's high probability that it continues higher. So again, patience is key. Look at Euro GBP. Damn. Did I not call this last week? I called the push up here. I called the push into this. I was just waiting for a retracement and I just never got it. I said we're going to continue down to these lows. What did we sell off from here? 127 pips. And you can see when price is in its dominant trend, like look at this area of demand. All we got was like a small little pause and then prices broke through. Wow, look at GBP CHF. It's in the weekly watch list. So let's look at what the potential of this is. Now again, if we break out of this, a pullback, if we push into those, pretty much on the cards. Which still doesn't mean we've pretty much been in this kind of sideways pattern here. But we do have areas where price can kind of come down to. But for now, this could be a good reaction point for price to pull back into newly created demand, which probably will align pretty nicely. Yeah, look at that. So if we react from this supply, come down into here for a continuation to the upside as a pullback off of this entire move. Which I don't expect this supply to cause price to reverse, because you can see as we sold off here, we failed to break below the previous low, which was this. And you can see what we did here. I marked up this area of liquidity here, which I could kind of take all the way across here. Look at this wick down. On the 1 hour chart, this wick down took out this liquidity. So everyone that saw this area as support, touch off it once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, plenty of touches, and then the wick below took out that liquidity and continued pushing price up. So I would just use this 4 hour supply as an area of a pullback to then continue pushing up. Nari's ankle. Saying I'm at the door of Wall Street. Oh yeah, Wall Street, nice. Yeah, I went to Wall Street both times. I went outside the New York Stock Exchange and the famous bull. Gold is a good one as well. So gold analysis. You can see gold. We poked above this, so we had a breaker structure to the upside. We swept some liquidity here. We're pulling back now after this break above. And if we look at this hourly structure here, got that perfect supply with this imbalance sitting above. Price to come back and fill. So looking at that on the 5-minute chart, you can see that perfect level sits within this fib, all this imbalance. So I could just see price continuing down here until we do this and then look for something like that. Yeah, I took the pictures off it. Yeah. Morning, Damien. I took pictures of it. I didn't take it with it because it was just like such a big queue. So I think I stood slightly away from it, so it was behind me. But I wasn't willing to stand in a long line to take a picture with it. Just not got that patience. Oh, nice. Yeah. It's a nice area. Yeah, because I remember I went there when I went to Battery Park. Because it's not far from there. It's literally across the road. So I remember when I went to Statue of Liberty with the kids, we came off at Battery Park and then we kind of walked back around there to Wall Street. And it's like so tempting knowing that gold is heading down to take gold, but to be fair, I'm done. I've had the trades for the day. I'm pretty content. Yeah, there is, you're right. Come on, Euro USD, start selling off, create some new lows here, create some structure. Euro CAD, look at that. Euro CHF, still bouncing around here, probably breakthrough. Could probably see some sell-off on a pullback on Euros, Euro JPY, still heading up towards here. Yep, gold pretty much is. Gold pretty much is heading down to these lows. Again, I was saying just before you kind of join gold, you can see gold had this push up broke above this area of supply. We had like a change here on a higher time frame, and then we've entered this pullback, took out some liquidity. The hourly, we do have this next area of supply with this imbalance sitting here, where price could definitely head towards. We want to see price creating some structure heading into this area, which it perfectly is. Like I said, as tempting as it was to start shorting here, you know, because from here, what is it? Still like 80 odd pips coming down into this region, but I'm pretty much done anyway, so I'm fine. But you want to see what price is currently doing. Created this, pull back, create some sort of a low, create some structure, and then have a change of character back to the upside. Because you could perfectly see it's the last bit of imbalance here with this demand where we had this strong push up. See, this is where people get like overly caught up. Like, look at this sideways price action, but there was the low, there was the high point. Price perfectly pulled back into this region. Tapped into it once, retested again. And then here would have been the trade. So you can already see here. Here was the pullback from this 1 hour push up. And then you can see here's your 15-minute swing structure. We react to supply, but overall we're bullish, so we can expect price to respect demand and that fib pullback. And you can see, look how aggressively we sold off into here, and then price started to push up. So even a trade from here to the top, what would it have been worth? That's 77 pips. Now price is probably doing a similar thing. Yes, respecting this. So realistically, what we really want to see, you know, I'd really want to see this low taken, because this never broke above this, so this is just internal. So either this demand fails, and the aggressive entry would be price comes here and then shoots down. You take a sell from this supply as an aggressive entry, or you know, you just wait for price to breach this low, some sort of a pullback and then down. Yeah, there was. Gold is breaking down. Euro USD is looking to head down as well. See guys, this is why you see why I closed where I closed. Imagine I didn't close my US 30 trade. Boom, look at that. Would have been stopped out. Like I said, we do have this. Got some equal lows here. We could definitely come down to this demand. Yeah, there was supply in the 1 minute. Just over here. See this consolidation, then this sell off here. Price perfectly pulled back into that. And then sold off. 4 hour demand. What? This one here. Damien. If you're talking about this one, this is no, it's not. Is it 4 hour demand? No, it's not 4 hour demand. Whoa, yeah, but it's been mitigated on a 4 hour before, like over here. Price tapped into it twice, 3-4 times. So we've tapped into it plenty of times. So again, what's the thought process on US 30? See, we're selling off pretty aggressively. We're still within this area. Now whether price decides to sell off, we'll wait and see. You know, that's the beauty of being patient and waiting. The way I was looking at it on the hourly, you can see we still have this inefficiency above here. Had this push up. This was the pullback area. Now in a 3 minute, like I said, we have this demand, which is the last demand left of this swing low. So we could see a breach down to this point. We created some liquidity here. Price could come down into here and then react off of this zone. But we are still within that 70 to 79% region. Look at gold. Gold is just heading where we were saying. I miss gold sells up over here, to be fair. I covered it with DVE yesterday. Gold shorts up over here. And again, even if you look at the 1 minute price, just 1 minute regardless. Here's the 3 minute supply. Here's the consolidation. For the breakdown, you can see price perfectly wicked into that and then sold off. So now this supply has been respected. Price is pushing into here now. So see what price does. Indices have been a bit weird, like NAS you could see, but NAS, the thing with NAS was NAS never broke structure really to the upside. Like you could see if we look at a 15-minute chart, here was the last 15-minute pullback and then we came down. We had a change of character on like a lower time frame, but we never broke above this region really. You know, price more or less like respected this supply zone. Then price came rolling down, and again it's in that 4 hour pullback. So you could see the only time we would have been confident with price continue to push higher, it would need to really break out of this region here, which again, yes, technically we got a closure above, but it's very minor. You know, when you start looking at that on a lower time frame, you can see price just respected that area. Right, US 30's taken out this liquidity here. It's filled out that last bit of imbalance here. Let's see what it does. And the thing is, you know, I scalped this, but again, it's just understanding structure where, you know, I didn't take it like anywhere here. I wasn't like, here is supply, there's imbalance. I didn't try scalping this up. You can see I only did it in that key area of that pullback, that entire pullback region. So it's got to be calculated moves. not just anywhere. Now, if anyone's overly keen on trading gold, you know, what I would say is we've created some new supply here. See a cleaner break. If you get retracement, you could look to short here. Which is like 80, close to 90 pips. Remember guys, we've got news today as well. CAD news at, well, it's 1:30 UK time for me, so in the next hour and 10 minutes. Is the stream clear for everyone? Yeah, you should be able to stream in like 1440p. Nice, nice. So like now, if price respects this supply zone, you know, what would be like the first trade opportunity? The first trade would be like you've got this 15-minute move here, so you'd kind of be thinking the first point would be this. Now if price is going to continue higher, we'll probably react to this supply, come down into this, create a higher low, and then shift above, you know, if this level holds. But here's our next 15-minute swing move, which you could see pretty clearly. Price came up and then came down. So now if this area does hold, then we're currently looking at this as the swing zone. But we obviously need to see this hold before we can confirm this is the... But price has done what it was going to do, which is break the previous structure, which was down here. So this 15-minute swing structure has caused a break of the previous low over here. So we've had the break. We're in an area of demand, which we could see over here. So we can anticipate a pullback from this point. Nice Antcore, nice, nice, nice. So this is why it's important to understand, like, you know, where in structure you are. It's very easy to come on a chart on any given day and see, oh, yep, downtrend or uptrend, but not understanding the wider market analysis and seeing what price is doing and where it's reacting from or logically going to go and why. Super important. See UJ, yeah, we can see UJ. Keep an eye on this. So UJ, like UJ's in an uptrend. There's, you know, this supply, is there a high probability it's going to hold? Probably not. The only reason I'm looking at it potentially holding is because you could see had this moved down and then we came up, we broke this, so we could see a retracement from this for the next push up. That's the only reason, because we had a breaker structure here. I'm anticipating this area to hold. Now that's got to be confirmed, you know, because we had this sell off and you can see I had this buy here. That buy was just based upon a pullback off of this level to continue pushing up, because the overall move is still bullish. You know, we're still high, low, still could be doing this. But why am I anticipating it here? I'm anticipating it here because we broke structure here and we could see a retracement. But overall, we are heading towards this area. Now, whether prices continues to head up, that we'll just need to wait and see. But you can see there is lots of imbalance below for price to kind of fill. So we'll need to wait and see if price kind of does respect this. But again, for that, you kind of want to see, you know, we are creating some structure here. We had this pullback. Can we see a change of character? If we can, then we can start taking that down. This was a nice trade. And again, I shared it last night when price was down over here. And I took partials here and then let the rest run. Now again, why did I not trade up into this area? Because I was just looking at it from a reverse perspective, that if price does decide to, you know, where is it hovering around right now? You can see it's hovering around that 70 to 79% reversal area. And we do have some supply here, but I do think it will continue higher. We do have imbalance and stuff here, but I don't need to sit in that, you know. So that's UJ. Excuse me. Now, you know, we're in prime area of the entire 15 pullback. You know, so if we're going to get a pullback, it's going to be from here to continue filling this range out. You know, if we so you have that, but on the flip side, you also have, this is the 15-minute break where we've got here. So at least, if anything, this is a key area for price to, like I said, at 0.1, pull back here for at least this, because it is a strong area of demand. Like we had a, what did we have from here? We had a push up of like nearly 260, 270 points. Thanks, Stevie. Like if you're gonna buy it, this is a prime area to buy from. You know, like here. Target something like this. Probably really want stops like below, but this is probably like a good area to buy from. Cool. Just get a nice clean break out of this little supply that's here. And make sure you give your trade a little bit of wiggle room. And if anything, you know, this should be the place to take some partials. But then expect price, I would expect price to at least come to this point before heading down. It's 83. 555. Draw a line on that. Where is that? It's different on my chart. 83, 555. See what else is happening here. Like I say, you just want to make sure you see a nice clearance of this.
want it all to be like I said. I just want it all to be my own. I just want it all to be like I said. I just want it all to be my way. I just wanna feel that I got this. I just want it out of the darkness. I just wanna know that I'm alive here. I just wanna feel like I'm driving. I just wanna take it in and spit it out and watch the world it's spinning out. It's out of my control, but I can hear it loud.
Oh god, I'm lazy. I need to get up and get to the gym shortly. Funny ankle. Absolutely, mate. Key. So here's that supply. I do the same thing when I get into the office and I have shut up and someone will come like this. I don't want to. No focus really fast. Yeah, guys, time and patience, you know, hard work pays off. But again, it's a grind for the long term. Put the hours in where you can, study, backtest, and you always have to be, you know, you got to accept losses in this game. Because, like I always say, nothing's 100%. And if you can't, then all you end up doing is revenge trading, jumping in on a trade because you're just so pissed your analysis didn't work out. And that's like the worst thing to do when it comes to trading. It's like if it didn't work out, you got to be sitting there and saying, right, okay, why didn't it work out? What was the reason? Now, if we come to the left side here and see where I took this trade versus where we're currently sitting, which you could see it's pushing here, and I said be mindful of this here when I took this trade. So if we do the similar scenario of 1 minute supply, there's the 1 minute supply here, and you had 1 minute supply over here. So coming back here to the left, you could see originally we tapped into this area of supply and we came down. We failed to break and create a new low, and then we pushed and we pushed back into it, but we pushed slightly above it. So then when we came down, we then respected the previous low here. So getting in here, much higher probability, and again I'm not saying this isn't going to continue higher, but much higher probability even on the lower time frame, based upon looking at lower time frame supply and expecting price to pull back at least into this region when I kind of took it. Where here there was your 1 minute supply, price pulled back into it, you'd really want to see this hold and see some rejection pushing up here in order to have confidence, right, this 1 minute supply is failing and price is respecting demand created here, and then it's going to eventually push into the upside, which it looks like it's doing. So you got to have all of these things in the back of your head, give your trade some wiggle room. And again, sometimes, like the other day, I posted that gold trade that I took. It perfectly aligned with my analysis and what I was expecting, but just didn't work out, you know, and it's going to happen to all of us. So the key is how you respond from losses and how you kind of react. And as long as your higher time frame analysis is there, trust your judgment, trust your trades, and every time you enter the market, just always accept that you've accepted that risk when you've pressed the buy or sell button, and you let it be. You know, it's like it's the way I kind of see it. It's like you have to pay rent to the markets. You know, we have to pay our dues. If people didn't lose trades, how would people make money? It's the nature of it. Everyone does. But the best part is, as long as you stick to your rules and you trade, you should have confidence. Now you can see this is just a perfect battle between supply and demand. Supply price reacted off supply. We know we've mitigated a high time frame demand, so we would expect this to hold up. AUD CAD yesterday still holding to reach demand. Nice. AUD CAD was part of the weekly watch list, wasn't it? I'm sure it was. AUD CAD. Yeah, it was. To be fair, I was looking at a short. You know, and to be fair, the real short would have been here. Because if you see what happened, where you got in 0.9. Oh, to reach demand. Where did you get in? Because the real entry would have been up over here. Because you can see this was the low and this was the high. Price respected that 70 to 79%. We had this huge push up, but price failed to break above this. We had this liquidity created here. You could see this liquidity here. We wicked above and grabbed that liquidity, came back down. Demand got respected, but demand failed to break the high. So you'd kind of be sitting there saying, there's the high, there's the low. There's our supply there. The trade entries, something like that, stops above and then start to ride this move down. So you got 0.9, 0.93, 0.18. Right, so not bad. Kind of where we were talking about. Pretty good. But the key is this what you saw, what I just said, in order for you to take that entry? US 30 is looking nice here. Can we break out of this is the key question. Is that the analysis you had, Damien? What I just broke down. Nice, nice, nice. And you could see, like, patience, you know, price came into this region. These are the important things you want to start to see. You know, where was the last swing structure? The last swing structure was this, to the high. We came back to that key level. US 30 is breaking through. Let's go to AUD CAD again. Yeah, so you could see there was the last pullback. We could see liquidity created, equal highs here, and you could kind of scale that across to here. We created these equal highs, and then price wicked above and took that liquidity. We didn't close above, you know, we wicked above, took that liquidity, closed back within the range, and so US30 is reacting to this supply now. Let's just go back to this. And you can see price pushed up, failed to break above that, came down, respected demand, but you'd realistically be expecting price to continue higher. But all price did here was mitigate that supply at this area. You know, once we mitigated supply here, that's where the reversal point came. And then we came down, reacted to demand. Demand failed because it failed to break above. And again, lower time frame, you know, you could see pushed into it, failed to break above, came back down, retested. So any one of these points, there was the entry. So if we then look at it, and if you're being safe, you know, price is in a bit of a key area, because if we look at the hourly chart, right, now that 9200, we've got this demand here, but you got to be mindful that actually it should, yeah, we should continue there, no problem, in my opinion, shouldn't we? But just be mindful, you've got CAD news, right? You've got CAD news shortly, so just be very careful. I would definitely trim down the position and take partials. So now we're at prices approaching this area of supply. EJ wants to create new highs. EJ, let's check out EJ. Yeah, it's perfectly primed to be fair, you know. There's the last low, there's the last high. Price perfectly came down into this region. It's heading towards that higher time frame supply. If we go to the left, pretty much clean traffic to the left. Is there anything on a half hour that could cause a pullback? Nothing. Is there anything on a 15-minute? Nothing, pretty much clean traffic. So you can see there's no real supply that's going to give it any problem. It's pretty much clean traffic to the upside. Yeah, that's where the next supply is. Now obviously I've got it on a 4 hours, so it's wider, but I could always refine that actually here. US30 is rejecting off of this. Where is it reacting off of? Strong shoot down. Yeah, it's at 145-ish for Euro JPY up over here. So again, you know, do we continue pushing up, or do we, like we've done at every occasion, which is once we've broken a high, we've entered a pullback, we've broken a high here again, we've not yet had a retracement. Now it doesn't have to, but you'd think it probably will. You know, so we've broken a high, so we can probably anticipate something like this. But again, whether that happens or that doesn't is, you know, we're not going to guess that. We're just going to wait for structure to shift. And if structure shifts, we will we'll base it off of that. Right now, high time frame structure is bullish. And again, I'd much prefer that price does this, because then at least this way price is creating structure, because this was the previous low and this was the high, and price was just in this range. So at least now if price pushes above and then comes below, we can then confidently have a change of character and look to start trading this as a pullback perfectly back down into these ranges here, where you can see there's a nice level of unmitigated demand which caused this big push up, where when price is doing this sideways nonsense, it's pretty rubbish to try getting involved in. You know, there's nothing you could do with this. So I'd much prefer it does one or the other. US30 is hovering around here. If it breaks, if it doesn't respect this pullback region, then we could be going deeper into this demand zone before we push up. Yeah, looks like we see a deeper retracement here before the push up. See what happens here. Yeah, so you can see on a 3-minute chart, price reacted to this supply here. Is this level gonna hold? Looks like strong volume to the downside. EDJPY is so horrible, sideways. JPY. Yeah, definitely. It's in a key area, to be fair. You know, strong supply. I would be very surprised if price wasn't primed here for news to kind of head back down. Be very surprised at that. Looks like US 30 is heading down. Got so much liquidity on CAD JPY. I think we could probably see like a spike. I'm still looking at this supply zone here. If we can, we're at the base of this area of demand now. If we maintain this and kind of push above this supply and pull back, me personally, I'll look for something like this as a 0.1 trade. And then if we create some demand, look for that. This demand needs to hold. It's the last line of defense in this entire pullback. Breaks below this, then it's going down here. Okay, we can see initial spike down and continue bullish. So look at GBP CAD. GBP CAD, in all honesty, obviously depends what happens, but I think we could see something like this and a continue push out. So if you look at the 4-hour chart, we have this liquidity, and overall I'm expecting price to come down, but this is the last high. Now if we close above this high, you know, this supply is mitigated because you could see this wick into it. Then we have this imbalance and this, and that would still sit nicely as a pullback trade for this overall bearish move. So this is just liquidity built up, and again, obviously it really depends on what happens with the news. I could see short-term bullish move up as a pullback off of this sell-off that caused the break of this low on the 4-hour. So broken structure, pullback for a continuation. So I'm potentially looking at. Again, that's the beauty of not trading news. Just wait and see what it does. Feel free, Anchor. Open stream for anyone, mate. Is US that you're going to hold this demand? See what gold is doing. Six minutes till news. 6 minutes. I'll probably just see what happens with the news and then call it. I've been on for a bit today. Need to head to the gym as well. See, hopefully this is where you realize, like, confirmation trading is so much better than aggressively entering. Like, if we mark up our zone again, you can see we've breached it, which I'm not overly concerned about because price does that sometimes, but there is no upside breaker structure in order to trade bullish. Now here I took this trade which was aggressive. You could see it's like you at least want lower time frame break back in the direction of the trend we're looking at, because here priced perfectly on a 5, even on a 5 minute. You know, look, we don't break any structure to the upside. There's your low, there's your pullback, there's your low, there's your pullback, there's your low, there's your pullback. You get this minor low here, you get a pullback, price comes to this supply, and then we maintain overall 95% of price action is in the downward trend here because we were in a pullback. Now you can see we're hovering around this 3 minute so-called demand zone, but we need some bullish momentum. You know, we need at least a shift. We need a break of at a area of, like, where's the supply? Here is supply. So we at least need, if price is going to, any buying momentum is going to come in, we want to see what's the 15-minute trend. This is your current 15-minute swing. Within this 15-minute swing, we've got lower lows, lower highs. Now, in order to trade this, we know we're at that extreme demand. We need a shift above with some kind of pullback to have confidence at 0.1 to trade this pullback. If that happens, obviously it's looking unlikely right now, but you could see it's like confirmation is key to trade successfully over a longer period. Like, that's why on a lot of occasions I don't just randomly aggressively enter and trade, oh, just because it's come back into this 70 to 79 I can just automatically expect it to reverse. No, you know, you want to see that lower time frame shift. You know, we were talking about that AUD CAD, that trade that Damien took. Again, there was a shift here on a lower time frame in order to have confidence taking this trade down. You absolutely want to have lower time frame structure change. Otherwise, it's extremely difficult in trying to trade that. Two minutes to news. Let's see what CAD does. I think lower CPI, if it's less than expected. See, like US30 push to the upside. If CPI is higher, obviously that means inflation's higher. That's weakness for indices. You see this push down. Let's see what CAD JPY again in a very, very, very not surprised it's in this situation. Key area to push down if the news comes in bearish. Yeah, you're better off, Damien. 60 pips is 60 pips, you know. Why do you want to potentially risk that? Not knowing where the market's going to go. CPI came in lower than expected. Retail sales were lower. Bit of a mixed bag, to be fair. Like, look at AUD CAD now. Okay, US 30. Did you take short on CAD JPY, Anchor? Look at US 30. Trying to see what the common CPI number's not come in yet. Come on, Forex Factory. Overall, you'd probably be sitting there saying it was bearish news for CAD, to be fair. Retail sales slightly less than expected. Core retail sales, actual retail sales were as expected. CPI, trim CPI was lower than expected. Month-on-month CPI was lower than expected, so a pretty bearish catalyst for CAD overall. Damien, you're glad you closed, right? I can see this definitely being a catalyst for a push down for CAD from this area of supply. If we look at that from a 1 hour perspective, build up of liquidity here. Now US 30 had an original reaction from this, filled out this imbalance. Now if we hold this area, we could definitely be heading back up here. Yeah, see? And look where it perfectly reacts from, right? Look. Perfect pullback area. Right guys, I'm gonna head off to the gym. So have a good one. Again, like I said, US 30, if you guys gonna look to trade, wait for a breakout out of this, some sort of a pullback. You do have supply here, you could get a reaction from here. Price might push up and react to this and give you a pullback. If that happens, then there's a good high probability that you could see something like this with a pullback trade here. Kind of want your stops below. If this happens, at least target this region up over here. Again, we would need it to break out of this before anything like that happens. CAD JPY, I do see price most probably now, with it being this high time frame supply, rolling over from here. So yeah, well listen guys, have a good one. Been up for like on this for like 4 hours. We'll improve this, we'll get this better, we'll have webcam, we'll have overlays and all that good stuff coming in the next week or so. This is more like a trial run just to see how things are. Yeah, definitely like up, sub on here. We'll definitely start to do more content on this. Wow, look at AUD CAD. Look at that, Damien. You'd have been kicking yourself if you were still in this trade. So yeah guys, have a good one. Take it easy.